stay.
Just bear with us. We're just getting our house in order.
Yes, thank you.
We can proceed so long while they are tracing my documents. Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Thank you, Madam. So I was saying, Madam Chair, that, yesterday, or the day before yesterday, you had asked me whether we have evidence that the NPA had full access. We were talking specifically about this docket 58501-2011. Whether the NPA itself had a full docket, and I said we didn't know. What they did yesterday, then the researchers found the first section, Section A of the docket, but Section B and Section C were still missing. And I raised the concern here in this commission about being drip-fed information by the NPA. In the middle of the night yesterday, we received Section B and Section C of the docket. Now, what that shows, Madam Chair, is that the NPA has always had Section B and Section C of that Umlazi docket, but they withheld it from this panel until there was a public complaint yesterday. And then, inexplicably, it appeared at night yesterday. Now, the problem with this is not that unique docket. Across all of these dockets, there are glaring omissions. So someone inside the NPA is removing material inside the dockets before they are sent to this panel. Now, it is a matter of grave concern, especially when it is seen in the context of the Congo docket that they once had and they have not disclosed. And in the Mlazi docket, they've been disclosing it in drips by drips. And even when you read that docket, it's clear that there are missing pages from that docket. Now, we wish to raise this now. If Mr. Harley has an explanation why his client is giving us pieces of the information on the docket, and why his client should not be seen as misleading this commission, then he should give that explanation. Other than raising that concern, we are ready to proceed. We just have one more document from that docket that we wish to raise with the witness. But we thought before we start, we have to register our strong concern about the conduct of the NPA that verges on misleading the commission.
These documents that you referred to yesterday, Section B and C, continues not to be before us. We were only told yesterday that they were filed or record. I assume that all of you have those documents online?
Yes, they were sent to us on email, Madam Chair.
On email?
Yes.
Let me just check with my sisters whether they saw them. Save that it was brought to our attention this morning by our researcher. We have not seen that. We have not opened our emails the inquiry emails to check if there is any filing. But we accept that the document has now been brought to our attention online, by email, or whichever way of communication from the NPA. Let me just clarify with Mr. Hali if you can be of assistance. Would you please move the mic? Advocate Hali, thank you. Have you seen these documents?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see that the document was sent to me during the course of this evening past.
If you can speak up, I can hardly hear you.
The document was sent to me this evening past, Madam Chair. It was first sent to my junior, and my junior then transmitted it to me. There's no indication in the email exchange as to as to the circumstances in which the document has been located. I don't know what the basis of the assertion is that it is clear that the NPA has been withholding documents. What needs to happen is, if there's a request for a particular document, the attorneys for Mr. Chauke can actually send a letter. They can raise it, obviously, verbally with us, and they can send a letter requesting an indication as to why or where a particular document is, or why the document is not available. The notion that there is clear evidence that certain documents have been withheld, I'm not sure what the basis of that contention is. Whether there's clarity or opaqueness about the assertion, I don't know. But there has to be a basis for saying that, and I haven't heard what that basis is. But certainly from my side, and to answer your question directly, Madam Chair, I can't answer the question as to the circumstances in which the document has only now become available.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you. Before you hand it back, do you have the document?
It has come through via the email, so I imagine that the email has been copied through to the Secretariat. So I imagine that the document that you've received is the same as the document that I have.
Yes, we have not seen the document because it was only received apparently very late at night. And one of our researcher, as you'd see, there's now one researcher here. The other researcher is withheld, is engaged elsewhere, and she is running around to get those documents prepared for us. At an appropriate moment, she would probably have obtained copies of the document, and Advocate Ngcukaitobi, you will tell us how you wish to proceed with the documents. The advocate tells me that in the email communication from your junior Advocate Ali, it appears that they are still paginating those documents. So she has not been in a position to print them because she's told that the covering. You want to talk to her now? Let me finish first. Let me finish first.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Because the covering email suggests that the documents are in the process of being paginated. That being the case, she has not been able to print them. That's why we don't have the document. You may ascertain from your junior whether that is correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Apparently that is correct.
Is that the position?
It is the position that they're paginating it at the moment.
And when will the pagination be completed? So that you can then make copies?
I'll have to take instructions, Madam Chair.
From the NPA?
From the NPA, not from
the
my
NPA.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Please take full instructions and probably even as to why these documents were only brought to our attention late last night. Whether the NPA had the documents in their possession, they were aware of them, and why was it only brought to attention so late?
Yes.
You'll let us know later in the day.
I will, as a general proposition, if I can say, because something could be in the possession of the NPA, but the NPA occupies space throughout the country. So it's often very difficult. We get instructions directly from head office.
Counsel, I'm saying you will find out from the NPA, and then they'll
Yes.
tell you, because at the moment we don't know. I'm sure you also don't know.
Yeah, well, what I do know is, as a general proposition, I'm not answering the specific question, I'm answering a general proposition,
May we
Madam
deal
Chair.
with the specific question?
I will do so.
Thank
I've
you.
undertaken to do so, and I will do so, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you. Advocate Ngcukaitobi, we will await the final pagination and then copies be made of this document later in the day.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to proceed, and then we will revisit it at an appropriate stage.
Yes.
Thank you. Lieutenant Colonel, we are in the final, well, it's not quite final if you look at what happens after, but it's the final available report, Keitomano, correct?
That is correct, Chair.
And that appears at page 2/95 of your statement.
That is correct, Chair.
Now, that's Keitomano. In your report, it's at 2A23. Is that correct? Up to 2A32.
Yes, that is correct, Chair.
Yes. Thank you. Maybe you can tell us, I'm sorry, I shouldn't proceed before my junior reminds me that there's something I had undertaken to just finalize on the Mlazi docket, on what was available, but I didn't ask you yesterday. If I may ask you to turn to page UL 0054, just behind you. That is a statement from Mr. Ahmed Khalil Hussein, who describes himself as a colonel in the South African Police Force at the DPCI Organized Crime Section. Now, it's in the, we found this in the docket that came to our attention yesterday, which was filed at 586, but it actually belongs to 585. But this is what he says, and I want your comment on this. At paragraph 3, he says, I was the acting commander of the organized crime section during the early part of the year 2010. Now, firstly, to your knowledge, is Keitomano unit part and parcel of organized crime?
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. Because there are a section called serious and violent crime under organized crime.
That is correct.
Yes. Now, I had made inquiries for the occurrence register, OB subs 10, that was supposed to be at the unit. However, no one could give me any explanation, and none of the previous occurrence books could be found. Now, can you just comment on this? Why is this unit not keeping, according to this kernel, occurrence book entries?
Chair, I cannot explain that. I don't know why were they not keeping those OBs.
But what is the importance of an occurrence book entry?
Chair, with the OB, each and every incident that occurs, including involving members of the unit, should be recorded in the OB. And the commander must be informed by reading the OB. If nobody informed him, but the next morning or the next day when he comes to office, he must read the OB so that he get all the information of what transpired with his members the previous day.
Yes. Now, we had evidence here, which I don't know if you listened to it or you didn't listen to it, but there is a statement of Colonel Ayer, who was the commander of the same unit, who also complained that these particular members of Keitomano, Mr. Olivier, Mr. Lockham,
Captain Lockham,
Fantonder, Eva, were refusing to register the events or the incidents in the occurrence books, and he raised that concern.
Actually, I would say the incidents must be recorded in the OB so that there's a trace of the incidents and the days of those incidents.
And then if you look at paragraph 4 of the same statement from this colonel, he says, I further detailed the administration staff and the members of the unit, at the unit, to make inquiries and search the offices for the old and filed OBs. A few days had passed and no one could explain and find the OBs. I was informed by numerous members that Colonel Ayer, the previous commander, had in place OBs at the unit, and since his departure from the unit, no one could account for the OBs. And then he says, I immediately instructed that a new OB must be introduced at the unit and attached here to the instructions as per Annexure AKH. The missive dated 23 March 2010 from the Provincial Commissioner's Office is attached here too as AKH2. To date, the previous OBs cannot be located and no one can account for it at the unit. The current OB is used from 2010-03-25 to date. Now, what I found striking about this is that he says the entire occurrence books for the period before 2010 could not be found. Do you have any comment on these missing occurrence books?
Chair, I cannot explain or cannot comment on how they operated, but normally with us, each and every incident that occurs, we report it in the OB, and then if it's full, it's kept safe in the safe.
So the OB actually stays in the safe?
The OB stays in the safe.
Yes. And could you explain why at this unit, this organized crime section called Serious and Violence Crime, which we call Keitomano, why there are no occurrence books?
Chair, unfortunately, I can't explain that, or I can't give the reasons why there were no OBs.
Yes. And the impact of not having an occurrence book on an investigation?
Chair, I don't know the reasons why.
I'm saying, what is the effect of not having an occurrence book on a police investigation about an incident?
Chair, all the incidents must be reported, must be kept there for reference sake. If you need to refer to them, you will have the OBs to refer to them of all the incidents. But if you don't have an OB, it will be a problem to get references of incidents or track of the incidents that occurs.
Yes. And who would be responsible for making sure that occurrence books are maintained and are completed?
The commanders must be
The commander.
must ensure that the OBs are completed.
And we know in this unit that certainly before 2009, the commander was Major General Boyson.
Okay, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it was. When was General Boysen the commander of this? I know he was the commander, and it was later replaced by Colonel Ayer.
Yes. Thank you. That's good enough. Thank you very much. Could I then move you back to your statement?
That's correct, Chair.
Keitumano case 161/08/2011. Can you take us through that incident? What happened there?
Chair, before I go to your statement, information that we had on this case was that it's a Ketomela case 161/8/2011. The deceased in the matter was arrested and was brought to the offices, and Captain Van Toner was taking the confession of the member. He was with Warrant Officer Makaya. Now, during the taking of confession, it said that Warrant Officer Makaya, I can't remember, was it a pen or he went to the other office to fetch a pen or something. I can't remember what is it that he went to fetch. But while he was in the next office, he heard gunshots. When he came back, Captain Van Toner informed him that in the process of taking the confession, the suspect or the deceased, the victim, managed to grab a granite stone from another table and to attack Captain Van Toner with a granite stone. And Captain Van Toner shot him 4 times. The first bullet was between the eyes, and then the other 3 shots were on the chest.
Yes. All right, thank you. Paragraph 377 of your statement. Are you finished with what you wanted to say before you go to the statement?
Yes, I'm finished with
Thank you very much.
On paragraph 377, on Wednesday, the 7th of November 2012, during the performance of my official duties, I received a copy of a police case docket with reference number Ketomena case 161/08/2009 from Lieutenant Colonel Kola of the task team. Amongst other documents in the docket, I found the following the documents which were to be utilized in crime scene reconstruction. The post-mortem report marked Durban PM 1534/2009 compiled by Dr. Clive James Moodley Sibusiso and signed on the 16th of September 2009. There was a statement of Inspector Pumelela Makaya and the statement of Captain Eugene Van Toner.
Just to confirm those 2 officials.
The 2 officials are Ketomena members.
Thank you.
The intention and scope of this forensic examination comprises of the following: crime scene examination and reconstruction, bullet trajectory determination, expert opinion concerning the case. When I visited the crime scene, I found the office completely renovated and there was no examinations conducted. Upon examination of the post-mortem report, I noticed the wound sustained by the deceased in their anatomical position as described by the medical practitioner. The entry wound recorded in the reports are consistent with wounds visible in the crime scene photos. The deceased sustained 2 gunshot exit wounds at the back, and 1 projectile was retained within the body. The crime scene photos are photos 1 to photo 9 in the report. After examination of both the crime scene
Are
photos,
you going to take us now to those, or you'll take us later?
we'll take us to them later.
Okay, thank you.
After examination of both the crime scene photos and the post-mortem report, I was unable to determine the probable position of the deceased or of the shooter at the time of the incident. There are no photographs depicting any exit wounds, no identifiable bullet impact points at the scene, and no detailed description of the characteristics of the exit wounds that would assist in trajectory analysis or reconstruction. Due to the absence of sufficient forensic documentation and scene details, I am unable to determine or express a professional opinion on the manner in which the incident occurred. But if we go through the report,
So we are now at 2A23,
the 2A26
26.
is the offices of Ketomena, where photo 1 in the photo, and then the office of Ketomena.
So what do you, when you say Ketomeno, what are you talking about? I mean, Ketomeno is just a geographic area.
Ketomena organized crime. Offices of Ketomena organized crime.
Yes, thank you. So this is the police office.
That's correct. This is the police offices, the offices where they were operating from.
This is where all of these people, Van Tonder, Lockham, Mostert, Eva, Makanya, Naidu, Padayache.
That's correct, Chair.
Thank you.
Photo 2 showing the same offices, and on photo 3, this is the condition where how I found the offices. They were refurbished, and then there was nothing inside the offices. And if we go to photo number 4 on 2A28,
Yes.
that on on photo 4, we can see the position of the deceased.
Yes.
Right, Chair, on this photo, the allegations was that
The pictures that will be shown are graphic photos. Sensitive viewers are warned. Just to put us in perspective here, I mean, this is at the office of the police. And you did explain what is the context in which someone is shot inside a police station.
Chair, I'm not sure of the procedure to be followed if someone is shot, but the crime scene must be properly secured, and the necessary members must be called, the IP must be called, and the photographer must document the whole crime scene.
No, what I mean is, what was the context in which a person came to die inside an office of the police? So what was this gentleman doing there?
Chair, the gentleman was arrested and he was brought to the offices. There's allegations that they were taking the confession from him.
Yes. Thank you.
Right, Chair. What transpired was Captain Van Toner was seated in this chair, and the warrant officer Makanya was in this chair, and then deceased was sitting on this chair, but he was direct opposite Captain Van Toner. And in the process, Makanya went out of the office, and then Captain Van Toner was only left with the deceased, where there was no other witnesses. And the allegations are that the deceased picked up this granite stone. I don't know where he get the granite stone and started to attack Captain Van Donner, who was seated in the chair, and he fired 4 shots, 1 between the eyes and then 3 in the chest.
Yes, but the attack against Mr. Van Tonder is a stone being thrown at him, according to his version.
That's correct, Chair.
Or a stone, because the thing I couldn't understand with this picture is that if their version is that that stone was being thrown, why is the stone near the deceased? Because you would expect the stone to be near Mr. Van Tonder.
Chair, according to him, he grabbed the stone and he was attacking him with it. So I'm not sure whether he threw it or he was just trying to attack him with that stone.
Was just holding it.
He was just holding it.
A follow-up question on the stone issue. If you know, if you can answer, why would we have a loose, big granite stone in an office that we use to take statements or an interrogation room?
Chair, I do not know. I do not know even where that stone coming from in the office.
Thank you, Colonel. You can carry on.
Right, the next photo would be photo 5. Showing the deceased at the crime scene. And we have photo 6 depicting the wounds sustained by the deceased. Right, he sustained 3 gunshot wounds to the chest. So it could be this one, and this one. And then the 7th photo would be the head gunshot wounds between the eyes. The wound sustained was this. So all these 4 are entrance wounds. Because there was no clear explanation of the wounds or description of the wounds. So there was no mention of tattooing, there was no mention of possible unbent and partially bent propellant part. We could not determine the distance, how far was he from the deceased.
Yes, hello.
Can I ask a question? Are you saying because of lack of information that you have mentioned, you are unable to say whether the gunshot wound between the eyes would have been the first and whether the others were whether he was shot on the chest while lying down or while still seated on the chair or in an upright position or standing up?
Chair, I would be unable to tell because it's only the wound sustained and there's no more information that we had from this.
Well, I mean, I suppose if we go back to photo 6, would those be fatal shots, those 3?
Chair, the wounds, the shots would be fatal shots, but would not be immediate incapacitating shots. But they will be fatal shots. The one in the head would be the immediate incapacitating.
Yes, I understand. So the shots at photo 6 would be fatal, even though they won't be immediately fatal.
That's correct, Chair.
So if you are taken to hospital, the doctors can attend to you and maybe you can survive.
It will depend on the internal injury sustained. In some instances with these wounds, you might not even reach the hospital.
I see. But they are fatal. And then the wounds at photo 7, which is the one in between the eyes.
The one it's immediately incapacitated, it will drop immediately.
Yes. So in other words, it doesn't really matter whether it is photo 6 or photo 7 because all of those shots are fatal.
That's correct, Chair.
Thank you. And what we know here is that the only danger that he posed, according to Mr. Van Tonder, is a stone.
That is correct, Chair.
You can take us to 8 and 9.
Right, photo 9 shows the cartridge cases which were recovered from the scene. And I can see only 2, it's this one and this one. So I'm not sure of the third one. It's actually supposed to be 4 cartridge cases, but it's only 2 that is on this photo. And then photo 10 shows the granite stone that
Photo 9. Is it photo 10 or photo 9?
photo 9 shows the granite stone that allegedly the deceased grabbed to attend Captain Van Tonder with.
But there are several pieces of what appears to be a granite stone there. Am I right?
That's correct, Chair. I think it broke into pieces, but I don't know in the process or when.
Yes. Now, regrettably, this is one of those that we don't have a docket on.
That's correct, Chair. And when we were doing investigations, when we were interviewing other people, I think there's 2 people that we went to interview who were in prison. Who I'm relating, because I'm saying this because it's the same modus operandi with this one as what I'm looking at. When we interview some of these guys, what they were saying is that
Who are these
Keto Mena,
guys? When you say when we interview some of these guys, what are you talking about?
I can't recall their names, but I think I'll have their names somewhere.
Now, what I mean, are you interviewing some of the suspects or are you interviewing the police themselves?
No, so the suspects who are in prison.
I see. Thank you.
So they would say that Keto Mena will take you to their office, they will write a confession for you, and they'll force you to sign. If you don't sign, they'll deal with you.
Yes. Well, don't worry about that. We do have a witness who was forced into a confession who is coming next week. Yes. But having regard to this is not even one of those where there is a gun or anything. I mean, what is your opinion on the danger by a policeman being that stone and in retaliation shooting a person 4 times?
So especially if you look at the position of the wounds, the wound in the face or in the between the eyes would be immediately incapacitated. It means you are killing this person. There was no intention to stop him from attacking, but intention to kill.
Thank you very much. And you wouldn't know about why this person, if ever there was a clear case, was just never prosecuted.
No, Chair, I can't recall if he was arrested for any, or what case was he arrested for.
Yes, well, we also don't have the docket, so we can't work out what happened.
No, Chair, I don't have.
Yes. All right. Do you have anything to add to your statement?
No, Chair, I don't have anything to add to the statement.
Thank you.
The version of Colonel Van Tonder was that he was defending himself.
That's correct, Chair. He said he was taking the statement, and after Warrant Officer Makanya went out, the deceased there grabbed the granite stone and started to attack him. So he was defending himself by shooting him 4 times, one between the eyes and in the chest.
Yes, but this is all happening inside the police station.
Inside their office, yes, Chair.
Thank you. And now you said you've got nothing to add. The facts speak for themselves.
I have nothing to add on this one, Chair.
Yes. Now, I want to take you further to paragraph 364 on a different topic now of the missing reports. Can you just deal with that? Uh, 384, sorry, I said 364, it's 384 at 2/97.
Yes, I'm on 384.
Yes. Just read that for the record.
Right, on 384.
Yes.
Upon comparing my list of reconstructed scenes with the dockets disclosed by the NPA, I have been advised that in several instances the disclosed dockets do not have or do not contain my reconstruction reports. Notwithstanding that, I conducted the reconstruction and prepared reports in those matters. The matters concerned are the following: the Kwadukuza case 39 of 9/2008, the Beria case 288 of 5/2008, the Rustenburg matter of case of 1098/9 of 2009, the Umlazi case 585 of 1/2011.
Yes, now this is the case we've been dealing with since yesterday.
That's correct, Chair.
Even on what they have disclosed, your report is still not there. But you've shown us the report that you prepared,
That's correct, Chair.
which was once in the docket.
Yes, sir. I have submitted that report.
Yes, thank you.
Then we have the Kwamashu case 314 of 11/2008 and the Pinetown case 668 of 5/2009.
Yes, thank you.
In each of the matters listed above, I confirm that I conducted a crime scene reconstruction and compiled a report recording the reconstruction process and my findings. The absence of these reports from the docket disclosed by the NPA is therefore not due to the reconstructions having not been performed, but rather reflects that the reports do not appear in the material made available.
And then carry on 387.1.
Just one question. Colonel, how would you know that your reports are placed in the case dockets? Is it you who do that when you do after you have compiled your report, or what is the position?
Chair, after compiling my report, I will give them to the investigating officer to place them in the case docket. So all the reports were given to the investigating officers.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. 387.1.
In 387.1, I'm not in a position to state why the above mentioned reports do not appear in the disclosed dockets, nor whether they may exist elsewhere in SAPS or prosecutorial or records. I can confirm, however, that where a reconstruction was conducted by me, a report was prepared contemporaneously and or within a reasonable period thereafter, in accordance with standard practice. Each reconstruction was conducted with the reference to the specific fact of the individual's scene, including scene layout, ballistics information where available, witness accounts, and other objective indicators. As such, each report stands on its own factual foundation. By way of example, the dockets in respect of the Umlazi case 585 of 10/2011 is manifestly incomplete. The docket presently comprises only of 4 pages and contains a single witness statement.
Now, I mean, you can now correct that from yesterday, because yesterday further documents came to light. And
Okay,
in the
further
evening-
documents were received yesterday,
Yes,
and
yes,
some
thank
of them were presented this morning in court.
Yes, thank you.
This is notwithstanding that I personally conducted the crime scene reconstruction in that matter and compiled a reconstruction report in respect thereof. I am in possession of the said reconstruction report. The absence of that report and any related reconstruction material from the docket as disclosed reflects that the docket in its current form does not contain the full evidential record pertaining to the matter. 388. I accordingly record that there is a discrepancy between the list of crime scenes I have reconstructed and in respect of which I prepared the reports and the contents of the dockets disclosed by NPA in these proceedings.
389.
In conclusion,
Yes.
I make this statement voluntarily and in good faith.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel. Is there anything you wish to add? One of the points that were made by Advocate Mayema, which was also made by Ms. Mary DeHaas when she wrote a letter to Advocate Batoi, was whether or not the response of the officials stretching from the SAPS to IPID to the NPA would have been the same if the people killed were not black. Do you have any comments on that?
Chair, I can't comment on that one.
But I mean, each and every body that you have shown us, laying to waste, young people in their teens, in their 20s, with families, are all black men.
That's correct, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have nothing further with this witness.
Thank you, Counsel. Colonel, regarding these missing documents, you mentioned that all the reports would have been handed to the investigating officers. Did I hear you saying that?
That's correct, Chair. I did that.
Which would involve officers from IPID or DPCI?
From both IPID and DPCI.
Given that situation, can we safely attribute the blame for the missing documents to NPA or to the investigating officers themselves?
Chair, I cannot say we can blame the investigators or the NPA, but what I know is all the reports were handed. And in most of the time when I was with the investigating team, when they investigate, when they submit their dockets to NPA, they will make sure that all the documents are present in those case files when they hand them over to NPA.
As we speak, about these missing documents, the officers who should first account should be those who investigated from DPCI and IPET. Because before the dockets or the documents reached the NPA, they would have been in the possession of these investigating officers, correct?
That's correct.
Now, if you follow that sequence of possession, we will then have to find out, particularly in relation to the Umlazi and other missing documents, who the investigating officers were, correct?
That's correct.
They would then shed light as to what would have happened to those documents, the dockets, the reports, etc.
That's correct, and I think if we can even check on the investigation diary in the dockets, because the investigation diary will have all the documents that are in the dockets. So they will be mentioned there and then they will be given a reference number. So if we have the investigation docket, we can look at it. Then the documents that are mentioned in the investigation diary that are not in the docket, it means that when they were handed over, they were there, they were in the dockets. They could be within the transaction when the NPA taking the dockets, or when the dockets were in their possession. That's when they lost those documents.
And the investigation diary is the document that is kept by the investigating officer
It's kept in the docket.
in the docket.
It's kept in the docket, sir.
But I would imagine that an investigating officer, for instance, from IPED or DPCI, would have made copies for themselves.
It's most likely they will make copies for themselves.
Yes, thank you.
No,
Are you moving to the next witness?
well, I would call the next witness if I could, but my learned friend, I'm sure, has questions.
Oh, sorry, I didn't recognize you. I was focusing more on our witness. Colonel Mangena, you attract our attention more. I'm not insinuating anything. Junior Attorney Katlego. First, before that, Advocate Mchweni, did you want to say something?
I thought I'd be given my opportunity
You
to.
are smiling, and I don't know whether you are bringing something that is going to be pleasant to us. What are you suggesting?
I'm waiting for my opportunity with Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, that I be afforded an opportunity just to clarify a few aspects with him. I will not call it the cross-examination, Madam Chair.
Are we there already?
It looks like we're there.
I'm not sure whether there's going to be another witness, another matter that Advocate Ngcukaitobi wishes to raise. Maybe we should get that first, and before I turn to you. Counsel?
No, Madam Chair, we will have to deal differently with the disclosure of dockets. At this point in time, we just don't have the answers. And I cannot keep the witness on the stand, so I have to close my questions in chief.
In other words, if I understand you correctly, the witness may be handed to the evidence leaders for clarifications or questions, if they wish.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Advocate Mchweni, let me hear Advocate Halley, then he was going to say something.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just an update on the request or that I delivered to the NPA regarding the missing pages or the missing parts of the dockets. What I'm told is that the only request that was made was for the 23 dockets. There was no request for any other dockets. This Umla's docket that was disclosed doesn't relate to those 23 dockets, but it was delivered at the same time. To the extent that documents are missing in any one of the 23 dockets, in other words, the ones that form part of the indictment, or the Umlazi docket, that concern was never raised directly with the NPA. So those are the instructions that I have at this point in time. Unfortunately, the person who's giving me instructions is on leave at the moment, so she doesn't have access to a laptop. But those are the instructions that have been given to me.
Let me understand you. The requested dockets were the 23 dockets.
Correct.
And the Umlasi docket didn't form part of those dockets.
It was not part of the 23 dockets that formed part of the indictment. So the 23 dockets all form part of the indictment. Those are the instructions that I was given.
I'm getting confused now. The Umlasi docket did not form part of the 23 dockets.
That is correct, Madam Chair. But the indication, if I can move on to a second point related to...
Before you do, and the requesting letter was from Advocate Chauke's team to the NPA.
So I'm not sure whether there was a request that was made right at the beginning that was part of a directive, an agreement that was made between the evidence leaders and the childcare team. That request related specifically to the 23 dockets and to the racketeering docket. There was also a request for Advocate Chauke to visit the offices of the NPA, either at VGM and separately at the DPP's office in Johannesburg. So to deal directly with the question of the Umlazi docket, that did not form part of the indictment. So the request that was made for the 23 dockets did not cover the Umlazi docket. Then, insofar as second point, insofar as any other documents may be missing, the point that is made pursuant to my queries is that those documents that have been identified as being missing, there was no specific request that was directed at the NPA for any missing documents.
And that, according to them or you, will entail all those methods reflected under paragraph 385, according to the NPA.
To clarify, 385.1, 385.2, 385.3, 385.5, those are all documents that form part of those are all part of the indictment. The ones that don't form part of the indictment is 385.4 and 385.6.
So Umlazi, CAS 585/01/2011, we dealt with yesterday, and Pinetown, CAS 668/05/2009 would not be forming part of the 23 dockets that were requested.
Correct.
The request or the letter requesting the dockets may be within the possession of the NPA and Advocate Chauke. Do you have the copy of that letter that forms the subject matter of this discussion?
Madam Chair, that was right at the beginning of these proceedings. Actually, an agreement that became the directive of this panel. Yes. And look, I just really don't want a back and forth on this. Pinetown is in the docket. Umlazi was disclosed by the NPA already in October. The complaint about Umlazi was that the docket they gave us was incomplete. It's even paginated. But as I say, I don't want to get into a factual fight with Mr. Hale. If he says he doesn't have complete instructions, let's take him on his word.
This information, Advocate Hale, is now in possession of the NPA, including Umlazi that is now brought to our attention last night.
Correct. That was
And
pursuant. Pardon me, Madam Chair.
Let me finish first.
Pardon me, Madam Chair.
And then can you talk about Pinetown? Do you have information in relation to Pinetown?
I'm following up on those. As I say, the person who's giving me instructions is on leave at the moment. So I can't speak fully to those matters. I can speak to the Umlazi matter. So those are the instructions insofar as the Umlazi matter is concerned. But because of the nature of the instruction that I was given, i.e. that the request was only for the 23 dockets, that the instruction would cover all the other dockets unless there was a specific request for it. We don't know that there was a specific request for it. I don't know that. But as specifically based on the instructions that have been given, it's that there was only for the 23 dockets.
Yes. We would look at the transcript and we will look at what the 23 dockets entail, because this is a matter that arises now. We will look into that and then ascertain whether additional information will be required from the NPA as regards Pinetown, because now we seem to be given the information concerning Umlazi. We'll verify that, and then the NPA will then update you when they come back to the office.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But if we can also just be given the letter of or the letter of request in relation to these missing the dockets, where it is said that there was a request for the dockets. But speaking generally and going forward, if there's a request for documents, the request should be put in writing so that there can't be any concern at a later stage. Otherwise, it requires people to. It's a case of he said, she said.
Yes, you are correct. But remember when we started, and that's why I said we should go back to the transcript and check what's discussed there. This issue of the 23 dockets, I remember it was discussed right at the outset. And they mentioned that when Advocate Batoyi was testifying, that they required those 23 dockets because those are the dockets that she had said that she had not read. And we discussed that, and I'd like to look at the transcript as to whether we made a direction regarding their availability and as to what NPA was requested to do. I can't remember, but I remember that the issue of the 23 dockets arose right at the beginning of the hearing. But let's not debate that, because we don't have information. We don't have the NPA officers here. We'll look at the transcript and see what was required to be provided, and specifically whether those dockets would have covered all these cases that are referred to at paragraph 385. Because it doesn't help to be arguing this matter in this fashion. Let us do our homework first and then ascertain whether such information is available. If it is, it should be made available.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry to come after you've spoken on this, but I don't want to be seen as having acquiesced to an unreasonable request from the NPA. The NPA cannot ask us to itemize missing parts of the dockets. The NPA is under a duty to disclose the docket in full. So we don't accept the condition that Mr. Hale is putting to us. Once a directive is given by the panel that a docket must be made available, then it must be made available. What the witness has demonstrated is that even out of the 23 dockets, things have been removed. What we don't know is whether they were removed by the police or by the NPA. But it is not our responsibility to be itemizing missing parts of the dockets. It's the duty of the NPA to disclose a full docket.
Let's not go back and forth. Advocate Hale, I know you're going to say something, but let me place this on record. And I'm sure all of you will agree that the NPA is the repository of these documents, at least these dockets that we were talking about, the 23 dockets. Am I correct?
I can't agree with that unconditionally. Some of them may well have been in the possession, so I want to explain. Some of them may well have been in the possession, others may have been obtained from the police pursuant to the request. I can't answer that. So to the extent that it was already in their possession, then the answer to your question, Madam Chair, is yes. But to the extent, but I can't answer that generally.
Yes. You remember earlier on, both counsel, I said the investigating officers within IPID and DPCI would have had this information, and the witness confirmed that. What we don't know at this point in time is whether these documents were handed to NPA, and we need to verify that from the various investigating officers who would have included, among others, Mr. Musiwa Pua and others. And then we will take it from there. But the back and forth is not going to help us at all. We just need to ascertain where this information was and whether it landed in the NPA eventually. If it did, then the NPA should be able to provide such information. Perhaps we should park it there to avoid the argument about these matters and proceed. Thank you, Advocate Ngcukaitobi. Advocate Mchweni.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Lieutenant Colonel.
Good morning, Advocate.
How are you doing?
I'm good at.
Fine. Lieutenant Colonel, I just want to, although this exercise is themed cross-examination, I call it the clarification process. I just want to clarify a few aspects with you. I'm not going to go into the correctness or otherwise of your reports, because it is not for me or this panel at this stage to determine whether your reports would have been sustainable in court or not. So what I just want to clarify with you is just a few aspects relating, amongst others, to the terms of reference, which this panel has been asked to look at. And in particular is the question whether, in supporting the prosecution or the institution of the charges, Advocate Chauke did so where there was, in circumstances where there was sufficient information. Have those terms been explained to you?
Just before he answers that question. It is not the first time that I hear Advocate Mutweni using the word sufficient evidence. And the terms of reference, do they talk about sufficient evidence?
Not really. I'm just paraphrasing, Madam Chair.
Yeah, you say you are paraphrasing with reference to the terms of reference. Now, when you paraphrase, you do not impact on the substance of the question. You paraphrase, and fairly so. You'll still convey the very information that is in the terms of reference as you paraphrase. And I want to believe that the evidence leaders do understand quite well the difference between sufficient evidence and existence or non-existence of evidence. Thank you.
Let me just, to be fair to you, in fact, the allegation is that he supported the prosecution where there was no evidence suggesting which justified the decision. Has that been explained to you? If you're not aware of the terms of reference, you can just state it.
Chair, I'm not aware of the terms of reference on.
Yes. Okay, just to be fair to you, the allegation against Advocate Chauke is that he supported the prosecution of the Cato Mena squad, that includes General Boyson, in circumstances where there was no evidence which justified the decision to prosecute those members.
Chair, based on my reports, I think there's enough evidence in prosecuting the members.
No, I wasn't saying whether there was or not. I was just trying to explain to you what the allegation against Advocate Chauke was, so that you understand why the questions that I will ask you stem from.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now,
Before you proceed, I think it is important to once again place on record, Advocate Mutweni, your introductory words was that you just want to clarify. You are not asking questions or cross-examining, something to that effect. But I think we must understand why we are all here. This is an inquisitorial process. We seek to unravel the truth. So if you wish to question the witness with a view to unraveling the truth, I think you are permitted to do that. It shouldn't be that you are going to be constrained from asking pertinent questions to assist us to unravel the truth. I think this is the crux of the matter. And we should not be putting labels and say question or seeking to clarify, which may be putting form over substance. Let us get to the crux of the matter. If you wish to ask questions that may assist us in unraveling the truth, I think you should feel free to do that.
I will do so. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I think my sister will support this approach. Because if you suppress questions, that might eventually assist us in getting to the bottom of the issues. Then you would not have played your part as the evidence leader. Neutral as you may be, but you'd like you to ask questions, probing questions that might assist us to find the truth. I'd like to place that on record again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll keep that in mind. Now, Lieutenant Colonel, I have noted for...
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When one reads the introductory paragraphs of your statement, you have been in the forensic space for over 30 years. Am I correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Yes, and you have testified in court on a number of times.
That is correct, Chair.
So basically, and in all instances when you're called there as an expert witness.
That is correct, Chair.
And the primary purpose of an expert is to assist the court in ascertaining those complex issues which the court does not have expertise on.
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
Yes, and as an expert, you are expected to remain neutral, notwithstanding the fact that you are employed by the SAPS.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes, and that the findings on your report should be predicated on your own investigations and findings.
That's correct, yes.
And should not be influenced by anyone else.
That's correct, yes.
Yes. Now, if we turn to your report to your divisional commissioner dated 31st January 2013, CM3, that is, would be on 2-106.
Take us to the file first.
I think it's the Lieutenant Colonel's bundle.
His bundle.
Yes.
Page.
It's 2-106.
2A.
No, 2. It's just written 2.
2.
It's part of his statement. It's the annexure to his statement. Towards the end of the statement, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you. CM3.
Yes.
You can refer to it like that and then take us to the page.
Yes. Now, you wrote that in order to report to your divisional commissioner as to what has transpired since you were deployed to the team. Would that be correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. And what I've noted from your report was that you were seconded to the team around the 17th of January 2012.
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
Yes. And you were then on the 19th, you were given 6 LCRC case files of different stations. Would that be correct?
That's correct, yes.
Yes. And then you telling us I'm going to jump to 3.11 and 12. Where you say a team of 6 advocates were sent to Gauteng to evaluate the cases and inspect the case dockets which were investigated. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And you tell us that on the...
Ansel, where are you reading?
I'm on CM3 dash annexure CM3 dash 2-107.
Paragraph?
Paragraph 3.12, 3.11 and 3.12. And then you tell us that on the 15th of March 2012, you presented a case, these cases, to the prosecution team. And together, and do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
Now, can you just explain what presentation were you making to the prosecution team?
Right. The presentation that I made to the investigation team was from the analysis that I made on the cases that I have received and the post-mortem that I've received and the crime scene photos that what I've seen in that. So I presented to them, this is what I see and this is what I'm going to do on my investigations. Because by then, the reports were not yet ready.
Yes.
But that's what I could see on the full crime scene photos and the post-mortem reports that I had.
Yes. And are you able to tell us in which dockets were those? Because you told us that you had, at this stage, been given 6 LRC case files.
Yes, the case dockets that I had by then was the Camperdown case 96 of 1, the Places Lie 255 of 7, 2006, the Melvin case 32 of 4, 2007, the Phoenix case of 377, then Esekawini case 50 of 9, 2011, Westville case 106 of 9, 2000, and the Howick 106 of 2, 2008. Those are the ones that I have firstly received. The ones which are on the list that was presented by, which were presented to me by Major General Mabula.
Yeah, sorry, you seem to be reading from somewhere.
That would be from, sorry, Chair, I'm apologizing for that. CM1 2/100. It would, the six that,
Pardon? The 6 cases you had received are the one that are reflected under paragraph 4 of CM1.
that's correct, Chair.
And did you tell the prosecution team what your views were or your preliminary findings were in relation to those cases?
Chair, when I did the presentation, I think I informed them what I could see on those cases.
So you had not told them what your preliminary views were?
During my presentation, I think I told them. I cannot recall, but I think I told them.
And would you be kind enough to share with the panel as to what in Camperdown, although we don't have the report, what were your views that you told the panel, the prosecution team?
Chair, I don't have the documents with me, but in Camperdown is where about, I think, 6 or 7 suspects were shot and killed inside the minibus taxi. And I looked at how those guys were shot. Some of them were shot inside the vehicle, some were shot outside the vehicle, but I can't remember everything that I could see on those case files.
Yes. But did your presentation extend to the fact that these people could have been massacred or executed?
Chair, it's possible I could have told them that the way those guys were shot, it's questionable.
Yes. And then you then tell us that the prosecutors were impressed with your presentation, but were not convinced with how Stale presented his cases.
That's correct, Chair.
Now, can you share with the panel what is it that they were not happy with in relation to Stale's presentation?
I would say it's difficult to remember everything that transpired. It's 14 years back, so I can't remember everything. But I know that there was presentation made by Go Stale and Mr. Stale. Some of the reports couldn't produce them, we couldn't give explanation of those incidents.
Yes, and as a result, you were then asked to take over from where Stale left off, where Stale was. In fact, they made a request that I take over the cases that Mr. Stale had not yet completed.
That is correct, Chair.
So, in other words, did that give you an indication that they had no intention of calling Stale?
Chair, remember, Mr. Stale is a private expert, so as per working privately, it will depend on the payment. He has to be paid first. So I'm working for the state. So if a request comes from the SAPS, I'll follow that and I'll assist in that.
So, was the intention that they were not going to use Stale further?
I cannot say there was intention not going to use him further, but if there are other scenes that he attended, he would have to submit the reports.
Yes. Now, as I understand, when you were brought in on the basis of your expertise, the primary reason you were brought in is for you to analyze the version that is given by those police officers involved and to determine whether in line with what you see on the photos, whether that version is consistent with what transpired.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. And when one reads the dockets on face value without your report, one gets to see that the narrative perpetuated there was that the police were under threat and they therefore killed these people in self-defense.
That's correct. That's the narrative that was on those when you read all those files.
Yes.
But when you look at the crime scene photos, you look at the post-mortem report, it's completely something different from what they were saying.
Now we'll come to that. So basically, your reports and evidence is what would flip the narrative on its back, basically demonstrate that it's not correct.
Chair, if it's not correct, I'll mention it's not correct.
No, I'm saying yes, your findings would have gone to prove that the narrative was not correct.
Not that the narrative was to check, and if the narrative is not correct, I would mention that.
Yes, and where you find that the narrative is not correct, then it means the your report would flip the narrative on its back.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. Now, I've gone through you. Other than the presentation that you made in March, we do not get the sense that you made any further presentations to the prosecution team. Otherwise, you would have told your divisional commissioner.
Chair, I cannot. We met on a number of occasions where they wanted presentation, they wanted to see the progress, but I cannot recall the presentation that I've made to them. It sometimes was just to give the feedback on how far are we and then which cases do we have. But the presentation, I didn't present a lot of cases to them, unless where I presented the reports that I have compiled already.
Yes, but you see, from the reports that we have in the bundle, I think the earliest reports that you've given was in September 2012.
In September 2012.
Yes, it's signed. So, okay, let me ask this. Would you give your report in an unsigned format?
In an
Unsigned format?
No, I'll sign the reports and hand it to them.
Yes. So, the date on which you sign your report, that would be the date on which the report was issued.
It will depend. Some reports will be completed, and if it's completed, remember, we were not working from the office. And some of the reports, I will compile them, I will complete them, and not print them to sign them. But once they request the copy of the report, I'll print them and sign them and hand them over to them.
Hence, I'm saying issued.
Yes, I'll issue them after
signing them.
Yes, after signing them.
Yes, because if we look at, for example, just to go through what you have what we have in your bundle, your barrier case, that would be That would on your bundles, on the annexes. It starts from 2A1 to 22, but I'm on page 22, madam. Please.
Area is CAS 288/0508.
Yes, of 2008. The date there is, are you there? Page 22.
Page 22.
Yes.
On which one?
The 2A.
2A. Yes, I have the barrier case.
The date of the report is 28 September 2012.
That's correct.
So that would be the date on which you issued that report.
That's correct. That's the day that I signed the report and issued to them.
Yes. So if any, so that, and that would have been the and you say you would give it to the investigators.
That's correct.
Yes. So if anyone other than yourself would have seen the report, they would not have seen it prior to this date. No one would have seen the report prior to the date on which you signed it,
I
other
would
than
not
yourself.
say no one could have seen the docket prior to
No, I'm not talking about the docket, the report.
the report. I would not say no one could have seen the report. Could have been that I've printed, but it was not signed. And then the one that I've signed is the one that I've printed on that day, or the one that within that period.
But you see, the question I asked you was that when you issue a report, do you sign them? You said yes. And then the question I'm asking is, when did you give this report for the first time to the prosecutors or the investigators?
I cannot recall, but this one was signed on that date.
Now, in absence of any evidence to the contrary, can we accept that this would have been the date on which you would have issued the report and made it available to anyone?
Not made available, but this is the date that I have signed it and turned it over to them. It could have been, it has printed before, but it was not signed, and then I signed it when I give it to them.
So would that be the case with all of them?
All of them, meaning
Is that meaning
the
that you
dates.
would, yeah, because if we can go through the dates, all of them are either, like for example, the Chatsworth one that is on 2A53, it's unsigned. It's signed but it's not commissioned.
Which page were you referring to? 2A5?
53. Do you see it, Mr. Mangena?
I see that, yes, sir.
It's unsigned, so we don't know when would you have issued it.
That's correct, Chair. Remember, we were working from Devon, but if you look at the date on this one was signed while I was back in the office. So some of them, I would have printed them while we were at that site, and then we'll sign them when we get home, or when we print them at the office to sign them.
Now, I just want to go into your reports. If the narrative that was perpetuated by the police.
Before you do that, are you making any connection to this or making any point in relation to 2A22, the signed and commissioned report? And the unsigned or the signed and uncommissioned one regarding, is that Chatsworth?
No,
2A-53?
No, Madam Chair, the point that we're trying to establish from the Colonel is when did he first make these reports available either to the investigators or to the prosecution team? And he tells us he cannot tell us when he may have printed it. He does. What he tells us that he cannot say as a matter of fact, and that the date of the signature is the date on which he issued it, or he may have issued it much earlier.
Are you making a point of the date of issuance?
Because the point is,
Trying to understand the question and what you seek to clarify or to ascertain.
the question was, when did the prosecution team first become aware of these reports?
Yes, thank you.
So he tells us that. Now, Colonel, can you tell us, a matter of fact, in relation to all these reports that are in this bundle, when did you first make them available to the prosecution team?
I cannot say when did I make them available to. I cannot recall, Chair. But most of the reports were done while we were busy working on them. And in some of them, because we were working in Devon, and we work the whole week, and then maybe a week we'll come back this side, we'll type a report, or if there's a need of those reports, they'll tell me we need this report by this day. And by then, I'll come and print them when you're at the office here and sign them. When you go back to Devon, I'll hand them back to them.
Okay. Now, just wanted to go through your reports with you, and against the backdrop of the following. The narrative that is perpetuated by the police, we've already gone through that, is that whether they were either trying to arrest the suspect or stop him or whoever, and then produced a firearm, started shooting at them, and then they fired back. Right? That is the narrative. And the charges that have been preferred that were preferred against the Cato men was, amongst others, that they killed these suspects, and after doing so, they planted the firearms to basically make it look like they were being attacked. Do you recall? You know that?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I get that.
Now, I've looked through your report. Now, the question that I have for you is, at these meetings that you attended with the prosecution team, were you told that the police would, after killing the suspects, plant the firearms?
No, I was not told that they will plant the firearms. That's why I would say in my report that the position of the firearm is questionable. But I'm not saying they've planted the firearm. Say the position of the firearm is questionable.
Now, let's start with your Berea report. I'm on 2A12, and your findings are on 2A19. Remember, this is the balcony gentleman who jumped from the 4th floor.
That's correct, yes.
Yes. And your findings are as follows. After observation of the crime scene photos, post-mortem photos, and post-mortem report,
For the purpose of the record, you must go to the relevant pages.
is 2A-19.
You may proceed.
You say there that after observation of the crime scene photos, post-mortem photos, and post-mortem reports, I could determine that at least 2 shots were fired in the house from 2 different positions. 1 shot was fired from the living room to the hole below the window as shown in photos 11. The second shot was fired from the direction of the bedroom through the window and to the wall as shown in photos 12. Then 12.2. There was presence of blood on the scene, and the pattern on the blood had characteristics of smear pattern. Smear pattern is created by transfer of blood from one object to another through some form of contact involving lateral motion. Should that blood on the scene be of the deceased, then what means that the deceased was already bleeding before he fell on the ground? 12.3. Looking at the bullet marks on the ground, I could determine that the shots were fired from different angles. Bullet marks marked 1 and 3 had an angle of approximately 90 degrees. These could probably be shots fired from the flat window from the top. The other bullet marks marked 2 and 4 had an angle of approximately 45 degrees. This could probably be shots fired from the ground. And then we move on to 12.4. The exit wounds sustained by the deceased on the right shoulder, region of the right flank and right cheek had characteristics of short gunshot wound off an exit. Short gunshot wound off exit is produced when outstretched skin impaled or sandwiched and crushed between the outgoing bullet and the unyielding object over the exit site, thus leaving an abrasion collar on the wound margin. The degree of shoring abrasion increases directly with kinetic energy of the projectile and the rigidity of the shoring material. This gives the impression that the deceased was lying on the ground when these wounds were inflicted. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And then the next part is the next page on 2A-22, that is where you signed.
Yes, I see that.
And remember, the narrative by the police there is that the deceased was shooting at them.
Yes,
And there was a gun found next to the deceased.
that's correct, yes.
And yet your report is silent on the fact that the gun may have been planted. Why you have not mentioned you're not saying anything about the deceased not having been in possession of a gun or not in your report?
Of the deceased being in possession of a gun or not.
Or having fired at the police.
Chair, as I said, if we do reconstruction, we do a crime scene examination, we look at possible bullet damages, possible bullet marks. There were 2 possible bullet damages in the room. And that's where Warrant Officer Mostert agreed that he fired shots towards the suspect. And there's no way where other possible bullet holes or damages were found inside the house.
Yeah, but
they're not referring to them.
But you're not saying in your report that the version by Mostert that he was fired at is incorrect.
Where was fired?
That he was shot at.
He was shot at
by the deceased.
Right, Chair, as I said, if there's other bullet damages, I would mention that there were other bullet damages to that direction if they are visible on the photos. But if he's saying that the deceased was shooting at him and then he shot back, he's agreeing that he shot at the direction of the deceased. So the bullet damage which are there are to the direction of the deceased, where Warrant Officer Mostert is alleging that he was shooting to. But there's no other possible bullet damages that could be found on the scene. And mentioning that the firearm was there and the shots were fired from, I cannot mention it because there's no evidence that proves that that firearm was discharged in that room.
So you have referred us to 2A-19 and you read through the entire paragraph 12.
Yes.
Now when you look at the heading, those are his findings, and he's written, after observation of the crime scene photos, post-mortem photos, and post-mortem report, I could determine that. So he's making an observation of these things that are included in the heading. Now, your question seemed to suggest that he should have mentioned that aspect relating to whether the deceased was armed or not, or whether his firearm was found. I don't understand.
Yes, Madam Chair, because he does not mention it in his report, but in his statement, he then deals with it.
Yes, but I'm taking you to look at the heading that I've drawn your attention to. That addresses the contents of the entire paragraph 12. He's making observations in relation to those aspects, the crime scene photos, post-mortem photos, and post-mortem reports.
May I just check?
Correct?
Yes, Madam Chair,
Yes.
it does.
And your question is, if you can repeat your question to the witness.
The question is, Lieutenant Colonel, in your report, you do not address the question or the version that is proffered by Mostert that he was shot at, including the version of his colleagues that the deceased, whilst on the ground, fired shots towards Mostert.
Fired shots while after falling from the flat.
Yes, you do not address that.
There's no cartridge cases that could be linked to that firearm if it has discharged any shots. And that's something that I'm not going to look at. When I look at the position of the deceased after landing on the ground, in which position would he be to fire those shots? Because he landed there and then he sustained gunshot wounds to it. And if you look at how he fell, there was the skull was damaged, the brain was damaged. It's impossible for him to discharge a firearm if he's in that condition. It won't be possible for him to fire a shot.
Okay. I accept it.
Would it make a difference if that heading would have included statements by the police? His observations in relation to all these things that he is mentioning, including the statements by the police, because that is not part of the things that he is making an observation on.
Indeed, so, Madam Chair, but the question that I wanted to ask him is, he did not feel
Now
it.
let's focus on the earlier question.
Yes.
Because I'm drawing your attention to what the observation is based on. And I drew your attention to the heading of that very paragraph 12 relating to his findings. And the headings include the crime scene photos, post-mortem photos, and post-mortem reports. There is nothing about what he was told by the police or the police statements in relation to which he could have made observations in this paragraph.
No, Madam Chair. I think that if one looks at okay, now I accept it, Madam Chair, because I thought it's one of those where you would have had the statements by the police, but in this case, he does not tell us that he had received the statements of the police.
Yes, because he's addressing the findings now. At paragraph 12 that you read to us. The entire paragraph 12 is in relation to his findings on those issues that are included in the heading. Nothing more, nothing less.
Yes. The main question, Madam Chair, I just wanted to find, in his report, which would have been presented as evidence in court, he does not deal with those issues such as the version of the police, etc., and also the question of the gun being planted there. But in his statement before this panel, he addresses that. So this is what I wanted to clarify from him, to say, what is the one, why did he not deal with it in his report? And
That's the question you must ask him. That's why I took you to paragraph 12 that you read to us, the entire paragraph 12. So you have to pose the correct question to the witness and not just confine it to paragraph 12, because paragraph 12 deals with only those specific aspects, the findings and his observations in relation to those issues. So if you'd like to ask him that question, you can pose the question to him.
Can I do that after the tea break, Madam Chair?
So please do now so that.
No, I just want to clarify something with my team, with Mr. Spilimicha, who's my teammate here. Hence, I'm saying, can I do that after tea?
You may confer. You may confer with your colleague, and so that we don't leave this aspect hanging.
No, I'm going to deal with it in a number of instances, so it won't be hanging, Madam Chair.
All right. We are going to adjourn now and reconvene at 11:45.
Madam Chair, we do have a concern also with this question, because my learned friend says the statements from the police say that this deceased tried to shoot at Mostert. Now, if we remember the facts in this case, Mostert is in the apartment. There are 3 policemen on the ground. None of those statements say that. So if our learned friends can show us which statement is he talking about.
I'm sure you'll do that, and then you'll deal with that in re-examination, Council. Let's adjourn until 11:45. Then you will proceed, Advocate Mchweni. You are still under oath, Colonel?
I'm still under oath, Chair.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. Good day, Colonel. Good day, Advocate Chauke. You continue to be under oath, Colonel.
Yes, Chair, I'm still under oath.
Thank you. You may proceed, Advocate Mangena.
Lieutenant Colonel, just to correct one thing, I had said to you that in Berea, the deceased had fired shots at Inspector Mostert. I think that was incorrect. In fact, let me just, so that you've got a clearer picture. Madam Chair, that would be just the statement by Mostert at BR 0073.
Which file?
This is the Berea case docket.
Berea. Thank you. What page?
0073. Can you see the document, Lieutenant Colonel?
That's correct, yes.
In fact, what Inspector Mostert.
Wait a minute, Counsel. We are looking for that.
We don't have them here with us.
BR.
I think it's being flown on the screens, Madam Chair.
No, we want to see it in the document.
What page?
It's BR 0073.
It will be helpful if you're going to use the dockets to alert us, because some of our documents are not here, they are elsewhere.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And page
0073.
00.
Can I proceed, Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, I'll just go straight to paragraph 4 of the statement by Mostert, which starts with at 2240. Do you see that?
Yes.
And he says, at 2240, Captain Eva, Inspector Nell, Constable Naidu, and I entered the building. The other members safeguarded the ground area. We proceeded to the third floor to flat number 32. On our arrival, as I noticed a security gate in front of the door. Due to the fact that the suspects could be armed, the security gate was forced open by means of a crowbar. Once this was done, the door was kicked by Inspector Nell. I immediately entered the flat armed with my pistol, a 9mm parabellum with serial number. He gives it to us. As I entered, I was confronted by the suspect, Tabo. He was armed with a pistol, pointing it in my direction. And then he says, I fired 3 shots in his direction. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
You do not, in your report, dispute the fact that the deceased may have or had pointed a firearm at Inspector Mostert.
No, I cannot dispute that because I'm only looking at the evidence that is ballistically related and where there's physical evidence that I can see. in his statement saying that the person was in possession of, I cannot dispute that, and I cannot say comment on that one.
Yes. No, thank you then. I just then want us to go to the Durban Central case. What? It's 2A, I think your report there. Your report is on 2A-68.
I have it, Chair.
I urge your report.
Yes, I have the report here.
Yes. And if you go to 2A70, under paragraph 3, you telling us that the first time that on the 30th of January 2012 you received a number of LCRC files from commander of LRC Durban, and in that what was included was the files relating to Durban Central case number 185 of 02 of 2009, and what was contained there were the crime scene photos on a disc, crime scene sketch plan, as well as the affidavit by Constable Simpiwe Charles Mkhize.
That's correct, Chair.
So in relation to this docket, the only things that you had at that day are there is only those three items on the 30th of January.
Chair, the items mentioned here are not the statements from a police docket. These are from a file from the LCRC.
No, I'm saying insofar as this case is concerned, those are the only items that you received relating to this docket on the 30th of January.
In connection with this file?
Yes.
Yes.
And then you received the rest of the documents on the 6th of March.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. And this was the case that related to Mr. Mkhize, Bonga Mkhize.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. Now, the reason I'm asking you this is pertaining two things. The following. The narrative, again, that is perpetuated by the police in this case is that they were on a lookout for Mr. Mkhize, and then as they tried to flag him down, he then started firing at them, and then they retaliated. Do you recall that?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. Now, so that we know what kind of a scene it is, can I just ask that we go to my Pima is not here. To the actual docket itself, that would, Madam Chair, that would be DC quadruple 024. DC.
DC. Quadruple 024.
Yes, that is the statement by Raymond Lee.
Constable Lee.
Yes, Constable Lee. Yes.
Proceed, Counsel.
I'm just waiting for it to be shown on the screen for the witness.
Does the witness have a copy of this case docket, Devon Central?
No, I don't have a copy yet.
Does the witness have a copy of this docket, Devon Central? Do you perhaps have a copy there, researchers? You can bring your computer because he cannot keep on looking back and reading on the screen. You'd rather read in the screen in front of him. Oops.
Can I proceed, Madam Chair?
Yes, proceed, Counsel.
Yes. It's a statement by Constable Raymond Lee, who we now know that he was part of the. On that day, he was part of the K. Tomena squad that had a hand in Mr. Mkhize's demise. But what he says in paragraph 3 is that at 1310, a black Lexus registration with registration number, and then he gives the registration number, was noticed driving towards Overport City along Ridge Road. Inspector Stolz and I immediately began following the black Lexus along Ridge Road over the intersection of Ridge and Sparks Roads towards N3. The vehicle movements were conveyed to other members via the radio. The Lexus then turned right into McCord Drive and began to accelerate it to a high speed. I continued to follow the vehicle as it continued at high speed along McCord Drive and right into Highview Road back towards Sparks Road. The Lexus continued to drive at high speed and went on to right-hand side of the road at the intersection of Highview and Sparks to get around several cars waiting on the intersection. I followed the Lexus left into Sparks Road, down towards Brickfield Road. In Sparks Road, I managed to pull along the right side of the Lexus, whose driver's window was down. Mark the word important, down. Inspector Stolz produced his appointment certificate and shouted him to pull over, as were police. The driver, who was now identified as Bongani Mkhize, proceeded to produce a pistol and pointing it at us. I immediately hit the brakes and pulled in behind the Lexus. The Lexus began to accelerate, going onto right-hand side of the road, going contra flow through the intersection of Sparks and Brickfield, running to Brickfield Road. I was still following the Lexus again, driving at high speed through the traffic. The car then turned right into Roslyn Road, continuing along Roslyn Road before turning left into Pastoral Road. The car then turned left into Claydon, heading past Claydon Road School and down towards Brickfield Road. During all suspects did not slow down. The chase then continued left into Brickfield Road, where the driver ignored red robots, climbed pavements to try and get away from us. The suspect then turned right into Mngeni Road and to ignore the red robots headed towards town, weaving through traffic. Along Mngeni Road and under the Connaught Road Bridge, the traffic cleared and it was decided to stop the Lexus by shooting out the tires. Shots were then fired towards the vehicle. The vehicle then slowed in Mngeni Road close to BP, and the vehicle contained technical intervention unit members pulled alongside the Lexus and more shots were fired. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that, Chair.
I'm asking this in the context that in your report, you mentioned that when one looks at the photographs, in particular photo 5, at 28-74,
Do you have the depiction in front of you?
That's correct, I
2874
have.
photo 5?
I have the photo 5.
You have photo 5.
That's correct, I have it.
Thank you.
you would see there on the photograph that you see that when the shots were fired, the window was closed.
That's correct, the window was closed.
Yes. But you cannot, as a matter of fact and certainty, state that at no stage was the window open either before the shots were fired, in fact, particularly before the shots were fired at the vehicle, that the vehicle was, at some point, the window was open.
Chair, what I've mentioned
How
was...
could he say that? Counsel.
No, Madam Chair, remember the police are saying that he had fired at them, he had pointed at them through an open window. So I'm saying that Lieutenant Colonel cannot say, as a matter, cannot dispute the fact that at some point the window was open.
How will he know that at any given time the window was open? That's what I'm trying to ascertain.
It's a question, Madam Chair. If he can deny that the window was never open, he can tell us that the window was never open in his opinion.
Remember, this is a ballistic expert. He's not an investigating officer. He's testifying on his expertise ballistically. I'm going to leave it there. You may proceed.
So, but Colonel, did you notice in the statement the part where the Constable Lee says that the witness had pointed them through an open window?
Chair, I've noticed that, but if you go through my statement, I would say when these shots to the door were fired, the window was closed. Whether
Yes.
at the back there the window was open, I cannot comment on it because I don't have any evidence of that.
So-
But when these shots were fired, the window was closed.
Yes. And what you do not say in your report was that you do not say that at no stage did Mr. Mkhize point a firearm at the police.
Chair, I cannot say at that stage the one was pointing at the firearm at the police or he opened the window. I cannot say that because I don't have any evidence on that.
Yes. But you then say in your statement, you deal with the question of how the possibilities of Mr. Mkhize having tested positive for a primer in your statement. That would be at 2-19. And you gave an explanation that It said there are 4 circumstances under which one may test positive for a primary residue, and you list them at paragraph 66.
Sorry to to interrupt you, but if we can try when we put a proposition to a witness to put it in its proper context. Paragraph 65 doesn't say he says. He says he is aware of Superintendent Stoll's primary residue test, if you can put it correctly.
Yes. Is that correct, what has just been said, that at paragraph 65, you're saying that you are aware of the test results by Superintendent Stolz, wherein the deceased right hand tested positive for primer?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. And you give four instances under which a person may test positive for a primary residue.
That is correct, Chair.
And you say, 1, it's either when the person had discharged a firearm; 2, if the person is within 2 square meters of a firearm when it was discharged; 3, the person was in close proximity to a discharged firearm; and then 4, the person handled or came into contact with a recently discharged firearm. Do you see that?
That's correct, Chair.
And you then say, in fact, you then say that at paragraph 67 on the 2-20, primary residue alone does not establish that the deceased discharged a firearm, as such residue may be transferred through proximity or contact. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
Now, in this case, you would have noticed from the Inspector Constable Lee's statement that, in fact, the scene when the shots were fired, it was a moving scene.
When the shots were fired, according to his statement, when they were following the vehicle, that's what is alleged, that the driver shot at their vehicle.
Yes, and although he goes on further to say, even after the vehicle had stopped, the other occupants of the technical team got out and fired more shots.
That's correct, Chair.
But from your analysis of the photographs, could you tell the distance between having looked at the cartridges on so that I'm fair to you? If you go to 28-73,
I'm on it, Chair.
the yellow cones, would I be correct to say they represent the cartridges that were found at the scene?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. Now, looking at those cartridges, would my assumption be correct that when the people who fired shots may have been standing exactly where the cartridges are?
Maybe standing where exactly the cartridges
Where the cartridges are around that area. Looking at photo 3.
No.
But can you?
When you discharge, especially an R5 rifle, it does not eject the cartridge cases to where you stand. It ejects them to around 45 degrees to your angle. The distance can depend on how you're holding your firearm. If you hold a firearm like shooting from the side, they'll go up and then, but in 45 degrees. If you're holding a firearm straight, they'll go to the 45 degrees. So it can be anywhere around the area, but not exactly where the cartridge cases were recovered.
Yes. Now, would you say then that looking at the cartridges and where the vehicle is standing, would it have been possible for Mr. Mkhize to be when the shots are fired from around that area, that Mr. Mkhize could have been contaminated by the primer residue, resulting in him testing positive?
It's correct, Chair. It's possible.
Okay. But what you also not dealing with and cannot dispute, what at least from your report, is the fact that Mr. Mkhize may have been in possession of a firearm.
Chair, there's a firearm recovered in Mr. Mkhize's firearm. I cannot say he was in possession of that firearm or the firearm came after the incident. I cannot say that. But the
Yes.
firearm was recovered in his car.
Thank you. Now, I then want us to go and deal with Melmoth.
You go to Melmoth Council. You referred us to photo 5 earlier on at 2A74. That was after you read the statement of Officer Lee,
Yes, Madam Chair.
in relation to which you asked the witness to highlight the words whose driver's window was down. You remember?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Now, this is the version of Mr. Lee saying the driver's window was down, and the witness makes observations in relation to the windows of the vehicle. Look at what, maybe you can look at that photo 5 that you referred us to. You see the driver's window is shuttered.
Yes.
Go to 2A-88 and read the observations that the witness is saying. On top there, paragraph 12.
No, he says, on observation of the vehicle on the photos, I noticed that all the windows of the vehicle were shattered and there were glass particles embedded in the rubbers on the doors. This indicates that the windows were closed during the incident and limit the possibility of shots being fired from inside the deceased vehicle.
I'm not sure what point you really wanted to make in relation to the statement of Mr. Lee, where he said he must highlight that part of the statement. Now I'm taking you to this observation by the witness. Are you taking issues with this observation?
No, Madam Chair, the point that we wanted to make was that whether can he dispute Inspector Lee's version that at some point that window was open. That was when, according to Inspector Lee, they were pointed with a firearm. We do not dispute that when the shots were fired, the windows were closed.
I'm trying to understand that line of questioning because obviously that would come from a factual witness, because if you were to dispute or not to dispute, that would be hearsay. He was not at the scene. He is a ballistic expert, and from the preface of all his reports, it shows that he is called after the fact.
That's correct, madam.
Now, he cannot be a factual witness. He only deals with what he has been provided with and to analyze.
That's correct, madam.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand how can he dispute any of the statements, especially factually, when he's not a factual witness.
No, we appreciate, but the point of the matter, we just wanted to him to comment on the version by Lee that at some point that window was open, and that was when, according to Lee, the deceased had pointed a firearm. You would recall in Annex CM3, he said that part of the investigation indicated to look at the inconsistencies between the version that is provided by the police and as well as the version that is provided by the photographs. So it is against that backdrop that because he had to look at these inconsistencies according to him and make a report.
I beg your pardon. Where does Mr. Lee says at one point the window was open?
Mr. Lee tells them that when they flagged the vehicle, the window was open. That's when the deceased pointed them with a firearm.
Where does he say at one point the window was open?
No, Madam Chair. If we go to Inspector Lee's statement, he says the driver, who was now identified as Bongani Mkhize, proceeded to produce a pistol and pointed at us. In fact, I just want to look for the relevant part.
That's line number 10.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. It says, in the Sparks Road, I managed to pull along the right side of the vehicle, whose driver's window was down.
Yes.
So one can.
Counsel, at one point, you see, you must read the statement as it is. That's why I referred you to that part of the observation. And when you read the statement, you said, highlight these words yourself, whose driver's window was down. Now you say, you're making a proposition that at one point the window was down, as if at one point it was opened and then at another stage it was put down. So just read the statement as it is and put the correct version to the witness.
Madam Chair, I think we can all accept that when the window is down, it means it's open.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the proposition that you made, saying, put it to the witness that at one point the window was down. Where do you get that in the statement? The statement simply says the Lexus whose driver's window was down. You say at one point. At one point it might have been open, at one point it might have been down. So I drew your attention to the observation at that paragraph where the witness tells us that the windows were all closed.
Madam Chair, I was referring to prior the incident, and that would be at the time where, according to Inspector Lee, they were pointed with a firearm.
Counsel, I'm simply saying don't make your statement. Read the statement of the witness as it is. The very point that you said we must highlight, we highlighted it. Now you tell him something else, but you may proceed. If you can tell us how far we are going with this matter, because we might have to adjourn at some stage and determine how long you are going to take.
Now, Madam Chair, I think I'll be done very soon. But before 1 o'clock, I think I'll have covered.
Before 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I don't have much to cover with the witness. I just wanted to check one or two things with him. Now,
If you wish to proceed after 1 o'clock, give us an indication, then we can ascertain with the witness about his arrangement. You remember we spoke in chambers yesterday and today? So just give us an indication. We are not putting you under pressure, but just bear that in mind.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, In the Melmoth case, that was in relation to the Biela brothers. Do you recall that one?
Yes, sir.
Where one was shot on the rocks, and then the other one was shot inside the house, the rendezvous.
Is that the Biela brothers?
That would be in the
The
case.
uncle and the nephew?
And the yes, I call them the Biela brothers. Okay, that would be the uncle and the nephew. Now, but before I continue, there's just one thing that I just want to clarify with you. You said the manner in which you are communicating with the investigators and the prosecution team. If you were to submit documents either to the prosecution team or to the investigators, to whom would you send them to?
The report will be handed to the IO, the investigating officers.
And the request would come, I take it the request would come through the IO?
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. And would it come through by way of an email or would it be a telephonic?
Chair, in most of the instances, when I go to KZN, I wouldn't go there alone. I would go with the IOs. Now, most of the time when we were that side, I was with the IOs. So if I'm with them, I'll tell them the report is ready. Let me know when you need the report. And then I'll print it and I'll sign it and give it to them.
So, now, because the thing is, I just want to clarify this signature thing. It's very important to me. What does the signature signify? The date and the date of it?
The date will be the date that I signed it, and it will be handed to someone to
the IO.
That's correct.
Would it be pursuant to a request from the IO that this report is being requested?
The request will be for me to do the reconstruction, and while I'm done with it, I'll tell him it's ready. If you want it, they'll give it to you, because they've already submitted the request for me to reconstruct the incident. So I won't expect him to send me a letter for the report to be handed into him.
Yes. So when you give it to him, that would be the day that you would have signed it?
It would be the day that you sign, or it would be the days before I handed it to him.
Okay. Now, again, you told us in your statement, but Madam Shall go into the Melmoth case just now, but I just want to make it, because I had made a mental note. The other dockets, you said you had done 23 reconstructions, 22, I think. Am I correct?
I think it was 22 or 23.
Yes, and only 10 made it into the indictment.
Yes, I think only 10 or 12 of them will be in the indictment.
Do you have any reason why, despite you having done your recommendations, did the prosecutors decide not to pursue those?
Which ones?
The other ones wherein you made the reconstructions?
And then are not in the indictment?
Yes.
Probably the IOs were still busy with the investigations. So if they're not done with the investigation, they cannot put those dockets into the indictment.
Now, did you, after you had made your reports, sit down and discuss them with the prosecutors?
Which ones? The ones that were not...
The ones that made it in the indictment?
I can't recall, but there are dockets or reports which were cases where they requested reconstruction. I did that, but the indictments were out before you could complete with some of those cases.
No, I'm talking about after you had given them, you had made your reports available. Did you at some point sit with the prosecutors and to discuss your reports?
I cannot recall if I've said after that. But with the IOs, yes, I'll sit with them. Probably the IOs at some stage will sit with the prosecutors in my absence, because I'm not always with them.
No, I was just talking about to you, having consulted with the IOs about your report.
With the IOs, yes, I'll consult.
No, sorry, man. I mean the prosecutors.
I cannot recall, man.
Okay. Now, in the Melmoth case, I just wanted to understand from you, because this for me was a bit of a concern. The firearm being on top of the blood, right?
Yes, sir.
Is it always the case that every time that if a firearm is dropped before blood, there's a blood pool, then that the gun would not flow beneath it? Because you said it would make a pool around the gun. Do you recall that part?
Yes, I remember.
Now, what is it not? Or what if the surface is an uneven surface? Is it possible that the blood could seep underneath the gun?
Chair, even if the blood will flow underneath the firearms, but it will not cover the whole surface underneath the firearm. There will be what you call a void that will show the sides where blood couldn't get underneath the firearm. But if you look at this one, it's right on top of blood. There's no way where the firearm is in contact with the surface and then blood gets underneath it. It's not possible. If the firearm is in contact with the surface, blood will go around the firearm, but not underneath the firearm.
But can you just examine photo 3? Madam Chair, can we just give a warning that we're about to sensitive content for those viewers who may be sensitive? And the relevant page would be 2A186.
Yes. You have caution?
Yes. Now, if I'm not sure whether my eyes are deceiving me, but if you look at the gun there,
Take us to that
it's
for
2A1.
completeness of the record, please.
Yes, I've said 2A186.
A.
186. Photo 3.
The depiction is that of the nephew to
Mr. Biela.
Mr. Biela.
Yes. That would be deceased B.
This is B.
Oh, the name is, I'm reminded that we should honor them, but through their names, it's Kanyiselane. Kanyisani Biela. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
You pointed us, when you were testifying on this aspect, you pointed us to the blood having being visible through the trigger hole. I call it that. I don't know what is called.
The trigger guard.
The trigger gun. Is that where you base your findings on? That to say that then the gun was placed on top of the blood, because you can see it through the trigger gun.
Not only that, Chair. Here you're only looking at for the one photo. There's only, again, there's another photo on 2A205, photo number 34.
What number?
34.
34.
Chair, even on this one, you can see the firearm is on top of blood. It's not, the blood does not come around the firearm, does not create what you call a void, but it's on top of it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. I just wanted to clarify that aspect. Madam Chair, can I just have a 5 minute so that I can just confer with Mr. Halley if or the NPA has got other things they would like me to clarify with the witness? But insofar as I'm concerned, I don't have much to take up with the witness.
Yes, you propose a short break.
Yes, so that I can just confer with the NPA if there are aspects that they would like me to clarify with the witness.
Advocate Ngcukaitobi, I'm not adopting you.
Yes, I would be adopted by the Zulus or the Tswanas.
Council Advocate Mchweni requests for 5 minutes. We will afford you 10 minutes to confer with Advocate Halley. We will reconvene at 10 to 1. Will that suffice?
That would suffice, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Lieutenant. Lieutenant Chauke, good afternoon. You continue to be under oath. Advocate, thank you, sir. Advocate Mchweni.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just two aspects. And Tata Mangena, you testified that at the time the indictment was drafted, the reports were not yet finalized. Did I hear you correctly?
No, the reports were finalized, but not all of them, as some of those reports, the dockets, are not in the indictment.
But in relation to those that made it in the indictment, were the reports finalized at that point, when the indictment was finalized in
Chair,
August?
I don't know when was the indictment finalized.
It was finalized in August 2012.
So I don't know which ones were finalized, or all of them were finalized or not. I cannot recall.
So you cannot say, as a matter of fact, that all your reports were finalized at that time when the indictment was granted, was drafted.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. Now,
What is the date, by the way, of the finalization of the indictment?
17 August
17 August 20.
12. Now, the first time that, insofar, just back at the Durban Central case, I have gone through your report, and in fact, when one goes through your report on the documents that you perused, and I'm on 2A70. You list the documents under paragraph 4. You list the documents that you had regard to, and you also make at 4.8, you say you had regard to the statement of J.F. Stolz. Do you see that?
That's correct, Chair.
Would it be the same Stolz that you referred to in paragraph 65 of your statement?
No, the stalls that we're referring to, I think it will be Superintendent Stalls from Scientific Analysis, and the stalls that is mentioned here, it will be Inspector Stalls from the KTOM.
Yes. So I take it that when you did your report, you did not, because you mentioned all the documents that you had regard to, and you do not mention Superintendent Stall's report on the primary residue. Superintendent Stolz, I mean.
Chair, it might be that when I receive the dockets, Superintendent Stolz's statement might not have been in the docket. Maybe I received it later. I cannot recall. But if I have received it on the same day, I would have mentioned it also.
Now, let's just look at the date of Superintendent Stolz's report. It is found under DC, that would be under Durban Central on page 193.
Be found in the dockets or what?
Stolz's report.
193 of what? Council.
DC one.
Thank you, Council. Do you have it, Kevin?
Can you see that report?
That's correct, yes.
And you would see is marked A25.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. And I think I saw somewhere that your report was marked A94 or 97 at some point in the docket. But I'll check it. So, and it is dated, if you go to the next page, DC 1000194, it is dated 7th December 2009.
Yes, I can see that, Chair.
Yes, so in all probabilities, it must have been in the docket.
It's possible, Chair.
Yes. And when you were given the docket, it was not given to you because you do not refer to it.
Chair, it does not mean because I didn't mention it that it means I didn't receive it or I didn't see it. I could have seen it maybe at a later stage after receiving those.
You see that the point of the matter is the reason is nowhere in your report do you make mention of the Superintendent Stoll's report. Nowhere in your report do you ever even deal with the question of the primer, of Mr. Bomkize testing positive for primer. Now the question is, could it have been because you did not see the report?
Chair, I think if when I compiled the report, I couldn't have seen the report, but that would not change my findings.
No, I didn't ask whether it changed your findings or not. I'm saying, does the fact that you don't deal with it mean that you did not see it or it was not given to you?
I can't recall when I received it. Possible, and I don't know. I can't remember. I can't recall. It's a long time ago when I received it. Whether when I compiled this, I had it, but the possibility is that I could have heard it or seen it before I complete compiling my report.
But I've got a bit of a concern with your answers. In some instances, when you are asked to commit yourself, you cannot recall. There are a number of instances you cannot recall. One, you cannot recall whether you consulted with the prosecution team. You cannot recall when did you first make the reports available to the prosecution team. You cannot recall whether you were given the report or not.
That's correct. It's 14 years back.
Yes.
I cannot recall all those things.
Now, can we then, but yet you never, when Mr. Ngcukaitobi was asking you questions, you at no stage whatsoever told him that you cannot recall.
I'll ask him, I'll answer that I recall what is in my statement. What is not in my statement, I'll tell him I don't recall the date.
I've got no further questions, Madam Chair.
Before you leave the stage, I want to understand something. You say the witness did not deal with the issue of testing positive to primary residue as contained in the Stoll's report.
That is correct. In his report.
In his report.
Yes. He only deals with it in his statement.
He only deals with it in his statement.
Yes.
And you are saying, I want to understand your your line of questioning, you are saying he did not mention the Stoltz report in the documents that he received.
Yes. Because he mentions the documents that he had received and considered.
He mentioned the documents that he received and considered. And I don't have any intention of giving an answer on behalf of the witness. But I want us to go to 2170 at paragraph 4. And I didn't ask for a picture. 21770, that's Colonel Mangena's report, volume 1. 2, that's Durban Central, the same case that we're dealing with.
Yes.
And I'd like us to read paragraph 4 in its context. Here, Lieutenant Colonel Mangena tells us that he received a copy of the police case docket with the same reference number.
I will not see that.
And then he says, amongst other documents in the docket, I found the following.
We'll see that, Madam Judge.
It might be a matter of semantics. I don't know. But I take your point that he doesn't remember other things, but I'm saying this might be a matter of semantics because he says amongst.
You may proceed, Counsel.
No, I'm finished, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Are you finished? Advocate Ngcukaitobi, it's 1:15. We normally adjourn for lunch at 1:30. Would you like to give us an indication on how far you're going to take, how long a time you're going to take?
Madam Chair, this is going to be very short. If I could be so bold as to suggest that we just carry through.
Yes, may we then proceed? We will take an adjournment at the end of your re-examination.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Indebted to the panel. There are just 3 lines of inquiry I wish to pursue, Lieutenant Colonel. The first line of inquiry pertains to this idea that there might have been something untoward in the way you dealt with the prosecutors. There was even a suggestion that the prosecutors fed you answers and suggestions, and that they did the indictment before and your reports were completed. So it's as if it's the prosecutors that were deciding what would happen and not the investigators and the forensic experts. I mean, can you just confront that proposition head on and explain to us? We got into the scene, I think it was on the 9th of January 2012, and the prosecutors, we know it's common cause, came onto the scene on the 8th of March 2012. So can you just deal with that part pertinently?
Ngcukaitobi, is that the proposition put, or is that the insinuation put that the prosecutors fed or intended to feed?
I think it was specifically suggested that the prosecutors told him.
Yes. Gave him answers.
Yes.
Oh, maybe
Yes.
I didn't hear that.
Told him conclusions.
I don't think that's correct.
Now, I'm happy not to pursue it if that is not the line that
No,
is
that I can assure you that is not the line.
I didn't get that, but maybe the record will bear us out. But I didn't get that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy not to pursue the line if that is not the. But I had understood, certainly with my juniors, that that was specifically suggested. But if it has not been suggested, we are not going to worry about it. Then there is a secondary issue arising from that, which is the idea that the prosecutors decided to issue the indictment before they had received your opinions, which might be an issue of criticism against the prosecutors as opposed to you as the forensic investigator. Can you just deal with that secondary proposition?
Chair, in most cases, I would meet with the investigating officer, but not with the prosecutions. The only time I met with the prosecutions when I was giving them the progress on the report that I have and the feedback on what is it that I see. And the reports were handed over to the investigating officers. I think most of them was prior to the indictment was issued out.
Yes, I mean, most of this is in fact addressed fully in your statement. If I can take you back to your statement, one of the annexures is a letter that you wrote. At page 2/107, it's annexure CM3. Paragraph 3.12.
I see that, Chair.
Yes. Now, that's where you met with the prosecutors and you presented. In fact, both you and Mr. Stale presented.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. Now, was that before or after the indictment?
It was before the indictment.
Yes. Now, after this presentation, were there any other occasions in which you interacted with the prosecutors to give them your findings, or even if they were preliminary findings?
Chair, I can't recall. After this, it was maybe once or twice, but it was a long time after that.
Yes, all right. So, but I understand, but what can you not recall? You cannot recall the number of times, but you can recall for a fact that you met, or you cannot even recall that you met.
I can recall we met just to give them the feedback, but not taking any instructions or anything from them. But I was telling them, giving them, and I'll tell them my report will be ready this date and date, and I'll hand their reports to the investigating officers.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, there is something that is sought to be made about the alleged discrepancy between the date of the indictment and the date of the signature of your reports. Can you just deal with that?
Chair, with the date of the signature, I would say when most of the investigation was conducted in KZN, and when I type the report or print the report, I'll be in Gauteng.
Yes.
Sometimes I'll print it out, then I'll go to maybe to check or do something. But when I sign them, I'll sign them while I'm in the office and then hand it over to them. And most of them were handed over before the indictment.
Thank you very much. I just want to look at the second line of inquiry then, which is the issue around the killing of Mr. Bongani Mkhize. Now, we know him to have been the gentleman that brought the urgent application to the Durban High Court, interdicting the police from killing him. He is the gentleman killed in the Durban Central case who was driving the black Lexus.
Lexus.
Yes. Now, there is a statement of Inspector Lee that was read out, but there are two statements of Warrant Officer Padayache and Warrant Officer Maharaj that I want to put to you pertinently, because they deal with this question as to when did the shooting actually take place. You remember there was an issue, was the window open and then closed and then a shooting?
That's correct. Yeah.
I want to bring to your attention what Inspector Maharaj says at DC 000020. I'm told that the researchers have been advised. Yes, and particularly at paragraph 4 of the statement by Inspector Maharaj. Okay, so Inspector Maharaj says the following. Just go to the paragraphs. The above vehicle is talking about the black Lexus. Eventually came to a halt, so it stopped opposite the BP garage on Umgeni Road, and my driver simultaneously stopped the police vehicle. At this stage, I noticed the driver firing shots in our direction. I immediately returned fire with my R5 rifle in the suspect's direction. Now, the only point I wish to make here is that it seems, according to the narration of Inspector Maharaj, there was an exchange of fire.
That is correct, sir. In terms of the statement where he said they immediately stopped the vehicle and the driver firing shots at their directions. So when firing shots at their direction, does that mean the window was closed or the window was open? But here in this instance, the window was closed by then.
I understand, but their allegation is that the window was open. That's what you had to deal with. But the point that was being made in cross-examination was that they could have opened the window first.
Could have opened the window
and then
first.
closed it, and then got shot. But is that reconcilable with paragraph 4?
No, Chair. He said there was exchange of shots.
Thank you. Then I want to look at another statement of another witness who was there. That is, I think it's Warrant Officer Padayache, which is a 000022. Paragraph 4. Now he says, we continued east on Umgeni Road until passing under Kono Bridge when shots were fired at the tires of the Lexus by Inspector Stoltz. So they fired shots at the tires of the Lexus. So this has nothing to do with the shots that killed him. He then says the Lexus came to a stop. Both of them corroborate each other that the Lexus stopped. This idea that this was firing while the vehicle was in motion is not actually supported by the statements. And then it says, on Umgeni Road, opposite the BP garage. He says, I stopped my vehicle on the right side of the Lexus, and I noticed the driver firing shots at us. I returned fire with my 9mm Beretta pistol. Now again, second witness presents this as an exchange. He shoots at us, I shoot him back. So this idea that there was a point when the window was open, then it was closed, and then, well, it was open and then he shot, and then it was closed and then we shot. Is that reconcilable with paragraph 4?
No change.
Yes, and then the last one is on the Berea case. Now, I think that's Mr. Dlamini who is shot in Berea. What I wanted to ask you is to look at your original statement at 2A21. Paragraph 12.4. And the last sentence. Now you'll recall this is the gentleman that is either thrown out of the window or, according to Inspector Mostert, jumps out of the window.
That's correct.
But he sustains injuries on impact.
That's correct, Chair.
But the important thing about your statement is the last sentence there. What do you say there?
But on the last sentence of the statement, I said, this gives the impression that the deceased was lying down on the ground when these wounds were inflicted.
Now, remember, that's the whole point, is that he's on the ground, he's lying, and then they shoot him there.
That's correct, Chair.
Yes. So how does the issue of possibly that he had a firearm inside the room, how does that become relevant to this conclusion?
Chair, of having the firearm inside the room or the apartment, and yeah, it's irrelevant.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Lieutenant Colonel Mangena,
Mr. Chair.
you've been with us for a couple of days and assisting us. We are deeply thankful that you made time to come to testify. And I think we thank you on behalf of everybody. The nature of this investigation is to gather the truth, and your coming assists in that regard. Thank you very much for having made time to come to testify.
Thank you, Chair.
You are excused.
Thank you, Chair. Can I take off my shoes now?
Any housekeeping matters that we need to deal with as we excuse the witness?
Yes, Madam Chair. The first relates to my own personal position. The next witness will be led by Mr. Ramokhale, that is Ms. Shamila Williams, who will be testifying on Monday. I had planned to be at the competition tribunal on Monday. I am unfortunately presiding and I'm chairing the panel, so I can't absent myself. But I would like to be present here to argue the separation application. So I'm going to try and make arrangements to start at 12 at the tribunal. Just to make that point, I'm not putting any gun on anyone's head, but I do have a constraint personally on Monday. The second relates to the statement.
You think as a chair you will be able to persuade all and sundry to start at 12 o'clock?
Yes, I think I can prevail on everyone.
Yes, thank you. We would welcome someone proceeding on Monday, Advocate Ramokhale. As we mentioned in chambers to all of you, and Advocate Hali, we propose that you argue the application in the morning between 9 o'clock and 11:15. Thereafter, we will then proceed with the witness. That will give you a chance to proceed to Johannesburg. I'm not sure whether 12 o'clock will...
No, it's here. It's next to...
Is it in
Yes,
Pretoria?
it's in Pretoria, yes.
Yes, thank you. We hope to finish at 11:15. When you take a tea break, then we can proceed with the witness, Ms. Shamila Williams.
Yes, Ms. Shamila Williams from IPID, well, ex-IPID.
Advocate Halley, that will be in order with you?
That's perfectly in order with you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. We're going to stick to time. As we mentioned, we will afford you that 1 hour, and 15 minutes of reply, and then we will adjourn and start with another witness. We will try to use the weekend to read and peep through your authorities. It's a lot. But we will try to use that time to familiarize ourselves with your submissions and the authorities, and then come to listen to you. I think it's an appropriate time then to adjourn until Monday morning.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Before
I said there was just two issues.
Yes.
The second is just to say it does not appear that the statement of... Anyway, maybe Mr. Ramokhale must speak.
Before you speak, Council, I didn't check with you, but I know that you are not involved in this interlocutory application.
No, Madam Chair, we're not.
Yes. Advocate.
Yes, Judge. We're still making speedy progress with the statement. In fact, The consultation with Ms. Williams is ongoing as we're sitting here to try and finalize that. I'm not in a position to say whether we'll be able to file it by 4 o'clock today. It might be very late this evening and possibly early tomorrow morning. But we're trying to do our best to ensure that it gets here before, certainly before midday tomorrow.
It will be helpful if we get that statement before Sunday.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate it.
I think all and sundry would need to look at the statement before we start, because we'll start with an application and then get into the witness we are going to call.
Yes. Thank you, Judge.
If you don't have such statements, it takes a long time because we would not have read and engaged the witness properly. But you take your word for it that if it is not tonight, it will be tomorrow.
I thought it was Sunday, but thank you, Judge.
There's nothing that is going to be filed on Sunday. You will file tonight or tomorrow. Unfortunately, we cannot mulct you with costs. We don't have such powers, but let us try to do that and file papers on time so that everybody can read before we start. Is that all, Advocate Ngcukaitobi?
That will be all from us, Chair. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Anything, Advocate Mchene?
Nothing from my side, Madam
Advocate
Chair.
Tale? You can all have a good weekend. I know some of us will be reading over the weekend, but we'll meet on Monday. We will adjourn until Monday. I forget the dates.
That's the second, Judge.
Monday, the 2nd of March. I think you must put a calendar in front of me here. That is so. We adjourn.